Vi preghiamo di voler prendere posto in sala. La sessione sta per cominciare.
We are about to start, please take a seat.
Seat in the conference room. The session is about to begin. Vi preghiamo di voler prendere posto in sala. La sessione sta per cominciare. We would kindly ask you to take a seat in the conference room. The session is about to begin.
Buongiorno a tutti, vi pregherei di prendere posto.
Good evening, everybody. Please just take a seat.
Chiedo gentilmente a tutti di prendere posto.
I kindly ask everybody to please take your seat.
Se me lo segno, qua mi serve una penna, se no la prendo io, va bene. prego prendere posto, che diamo il via.
Please take a seat so we can start.
Do il buongiorno a tutti voi.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody. Thank you for coming here and thank you to everybody, all the people connected. We count up to 900 people connected, both from Italy and foreign countries as well. I'm very happy to kick off with the 10th edition of the Festa dell'Architetto. We will speak also about another celebration in 2023, that is the 100 years of the Italian territorial orders. Just to tell you that the Festa dell'Architetto, the architecture day, is not just a day. We have here the testimony of continuity, and it's based on growth, it's enriching. And this award is the first and only award in Italy that we have. It's a unique award for young architectures. Before starting with the topic of the day, I would like to give the floor to Francesco Miceli, who is the president of the order. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. We invited all the community of architects. I like to define it as a community because a community participates, well, here with all of you in this beautiful venue, the Galleria Colonna, but also remote with people following online and listening to whatever we're going to say, and when they're going to follow the award ceremony as well. Mrs. Siracusa said 10 years, so we're going to celebrate 10 years. It's not little time. It's not a lot of time either, but it's not little time. It's an experience that we like to organize every year. It's been going on, as I said, for 10 years next year, and it's the Italian Architecture Award and Young Architectures. We believe that awards in general, even ours especially, our award, are an important moment to put the spotlight on the topic of the architect, on the role of the architect. It's an important role when it comes to changing cities, societies, through architecture. I have always believed that architects, with their projects, they don't make only shapes and they don't create spaces. What they do, mainly, they take care of people somehow. We have here a jury for the awarding of the awards. I follow the Lexio Magistralis of the president of the jury, and he said that architecture lives if there is life, if there is the possibility to explain in all its shapes and forms the presence and the participation of human beings. So that's a requirement, basically. Without it, there is no life. So architecture is not just a shape without a content. The content is what makes a difference. So us as architects, we deal with people mainly, and most of all, for them to live better and to improve the quality of life of these people as well at the same time. So today we are here, and we are facing new topics, new scenarios. in the life of people, in the society, for everybody. These are different scenarios, as I said, they're ever changing, and much will depend on how we will be able to face the challenges and the difficulties of today and build upon the present for a better future. Our professional category is characterized by having adopted great ideas and strategies coming from Europe, but not just Europe. Italy has participated actively in the drafting of these strategies: ecological transition, energy transition, the fight against climate change, among many. So this edition of the architecture is dedicated to these changes, because we believe that talking about architectures and the architects is directly linked to these problems and these issues. We actually believe that architecture and architects can actually give a great contribution to find a solution and to build new models and give an important, relevant contribution to innovation. We do this with proposals, with projects, and by putting at the center something that I believe is fundamental, that is social inclusion.
We don't want to leave anyone out of this project. Architecture deals with spaces, with places where we live, where we work, places that have different functions and that are present in our life. And these are crucial places and crucial actions to reach such objectives. So it is important to put a light and to give a sign of hope also to those who believe that we can give our contribution. We shouldn't lose our optimism. We should be willing to tackle problems and to find new solutions. History has taught us that big innovations has come after big difficulties. Big difficulties, of course, are challenging moments, but sometimes they have also a driving force. They can give us a new vision for the future. So our professional category can give its contribution. We know we can do it. We know we can because we have always dealt with life, with people, with the changes in the society through our project, through architectural project and architectures and works in general. So these awards that we are about to give are not just a ritual, but they are a moment of reflection, discussion that allows us to be witness of our role and to remind everybody the importance of our role. We would like to give a signal of optimism, a message of optimism, because pessimism is negative and does not give us the necessary strength to make changes. Because we know that without this strength, we cannot make the necessary changes. Thank you for being here. I'm sure that at the end of the day, we will be full of enthusiasm and energy for the future work. Thank you. Thanks to the kind words of the President, and now we would like to give the floor to the Assessor to Culture of the Municipality of Rome, Miguel Gotor. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today at the 10th edition of the Festa of Architetto, Architectural Award, and I greet you on behalf of my administration and on behalf of the Mayor Gualtieri. I would like to thank architects, planner, landscaper, and conservative and their president, Francesco Minicelli, and I would like to greet all the speakers. Words such as future, circular economy, sustainable development, after the pandemic, and with a tragic war at the core of Europe because of the invasion of Russia, and an economic and financial crisis, well, these topical events are at the core of our society. And this 2022 edition of this festival of architect will be focused on the care of territories and on the regulatory element necessary to integrate the need for the development, but also the needs for the environment. Our administration would like Rome to be a city that, in its different aspects, make a deep ecologic transition to improve the quality of our life, the quality of the life of our children, and to guarantee the same rights to the future generations, but also to find a balance between man and nature, a balance that it is fading away. As you can see, just looking out of this window and looking at this wonderful roof garden, Rome, because of its history, is the greenest city in Europe, with a greater extension of parks and natural area, with an extraordinary rich biodiversity, and it is a city that takes very seriously the environmental challenge to walk towards sustainability and to improve the energy system, mobility, garbage management, the culture of recycling. And I would like to focus on that in particular within this context, talking about the construction sector, because the construction industry is key, and there are global efforts to mitigate climate change. And this sector produces almost 30% of the global emission. That is why in the dossier Expo Rome 2020 that the Mayor Gualtieri presented in Paris, the key word is regeneration, inclusion, and innovation. From the Calatrava buildings to the big solar park that we would like to build in the area of Tor Vergata in Rome, we are ready to tackle this challenge with a strategic approach, and we would like to use clean energy to support and develop all the steps of this event. And at the end, we would like to shape a better city. For this reason, the many skills and competencies of the professionals and experts of the industry, and represented by the Council of Architects, Landscaper, and Preservers and Conservatives, are key. Landiro says that architect should be, first of all, contemporary to his time. He should understand what his time and the people living in it can express. What are the needs and what are the desires? The cultural life of Rome that I have the privilege, the honor to administer, represent an important observatory. And the architects with their culture can draw inspiration from that. And through the participation in events dedicated to improve cultural knowledge, we can unveil deep or less evident aspects of the community. And they can trigger some questions. What should we do? How should we do it? So the task of the architect is to answer this question and to create the appropriate context. Institution, and this administration in particular, wants to be present, are fully committed to fill the breach, the distance that sometimes is perceived distance. There is a distance from between the political world and the world of conflicts, the world of difficulties. And in particular, among young generation, there is a sort of distance for what concerns the world of research. So opportunities like this one can make this opportunity more real. Environmental sustainability is not just a limit. It is an opportunity to speed up, to fuel innovation. And we should keep together justice, social justice, political justice, and also architecture. The preservation of landscape are key elements, because architecture is a collective issue, is a collective heritage, the cultural life of a city, the cultural life of Rome. It is intertwined to the process of knowledge and aim at to guarantee the development of the individual and of the community, that should walk hand in hand towards a sustainable future, a shared future, and a future full of equal opportunities. I wish you all the best on behalf of my administration and on behalf of the Mayor of Rome. Thank you. Thank you, Assessor Miguel Gotor. Thank you to all the friends here with us today. I can see the General Director of the Ministry of Culture, Dr. Onofre Kutaya, and I would like to have his contribution, and so I give him the floor. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for having me. Just a few words after the significant words of our Assessor Gotor. We know that this city really needs the daily work of this administration to be, again, the important city it deserves to be. I would like to add that I met President Micheli some time ago when there was the idea to work on a law for architecture, and in particular a law on the quality of architecture. And of course, we have immediately accepted the invitation, and we have agreed on many guidelines. Of course, we collaborated with excellent architect, Architetto Ferrari, just to mention one of them. We have worked to prepare and to offer an hypothesis that could be shared with you. We have made many proposals. We are not starting from scratch. I am a technician, and in this moment I'm representing the ministry, but in particular the technical aspects. But I would like to tell you that the work done is significant and strong. strongly correlated to the topical issues of today. We are working also on a segment of the plan for ecological transition of the PNR about ecological transition and sustainability. Much is to be done. We have to be rigorous, we have to be pragmatic. Our cultural operators, and I'm not referring to architects, but to all the stakeholders, all the people who work in this society and can give their contribution in the cultural aspect, are not sufficiently developed for what concerns digitalization. And we have to be very clear and sincere and frank about that. So we are fully aware that much is to be done. But most of all, I would like to underline that in this pathway, it is crucial to involve architects. Italian architects are an excellency of this work. We should be proud of them, and we should enhance their role. In this context, in the next weeks, trying to prepare an hypothesis of a regulatory proposal that, of course, should be assessed by the political sphere. So, best of luck for this day. Congratulations on your valuable work. I would like to remind you that we will be at your side and we will be available to support you. And we are working together to find the good solution for all of us. Thank you. Thank you, President. Thank you for your kind words. I'm proud of what you have just said. And before continuing with this day, I would like to greet the President of Biennale, Paolo Baratta. Thank you for being with us. It is an honor to have you here. In June of 2022, we have clearly seen the effect of global warming. In July, a portion of the Marmolada Glacier melted with tragic consequences. There was the drought alarm. Many countries, many cities were without water. We had a huge problem in the countryside. The price of commodities skyrocketed. Recent studies, the last one by McKinsey, which is often mentioned, says that at global level, 39% of the carbon emissions are produced by the construction sector, and 11% approximately are generated by transport, production of the materials used, and all the rest is generated by the same structure, by the same buildings. By the buildings and by the production of the energy necessary to power them. Italy is at about 30%, so not far from that figures. Sometimes we talk about the adaptation to this phenomenon to justify our action, but it is not a justifiable excuse. So these are topical issues. And sometimes we confuse this emission with progress, and we talk about future, but maybe in the wrong way. And with the European Green Deal, the EU is committed to reduce by 50% greenhouse gases by 2030 to reach zero production by 2050. And the 18th of June 2020, the European Parliament approved Regulation 852, the European regulation about taxonomy. It concerns a framework favoring sustainable investments. It's a list of items divided by what can be financed and what cannot be financed according to the principle of sustainability. And in November, the EU Parliament approved a corporate directive involving also companies and stating that for companies, apart from the financial statements, they have to deliver a report about sustainability. In January, will be approved the Energy Performance Building Directive. It's very clear the importance of this directive and the regulation that also in Italy will impose some criteria. At the same time, they will impose a revolution in the whole supply chain, the material, their production, the production and energy consumption, and most of all, designing. And this will be necessary to have funds. But pivotal issues is the concrete meaning we want to give, we want to attribute to the sustainable approach. We can't accept limitation from the outside, especially if they are guided by financial motivation. Architecture, as our architect Gonzalo Birne said this morning, is an art against the war because it works for life, to support life of peoples. Architecture is the mirror of a society. Our founding fathers have included it among the key principles, and it is correlated to culture, development, scientific development, research, and environment and biodiversity. All the terms that most of the time are not correctly used about sustainability should be taken very seriously. What we really need is a cultural revolution to promote a change in our lifestyle, a change in the method of consumption and construction, to transform crises into opportunities. We need a new vision, and our category, deeply involved in the transformation of spaces, can give a significant contribution. Architects, planners, conservators, and landscapers are crucial for this cultural transition, which is needed if we want to guarantee a future to our territories and its inhabitants. So this government must be committed to create this new law of architecture, which is at the base of many European discussions. It's a need, it's a necessity of a country that wants to be defined as a civil country. And today, we will listen to the contribution of Filippo Giorgi, physician and climatologist, the only one Italian to be part of the Intergovernmental Committee who was awarded by the Nobel Prize for Peace. And the motivation is for the effort to disseminate a better knowledge about climate change provoked by man, to pave the way for a real change. We will listen to His Eminence Cardinal Matteo Maria Zuppi, President of the Conference of Bishops. He will tell us what is the real meaning of taking care of territories and vulnerable places. And he will be awarded with the honorable degree of architect. And then there will be the president of ASLI to talk about the importance of the order of architects in the preservation of territories. And we will also have the president of the Portuguese architect, Gonzalo Birne, who is president of the jury this year. And we will conclude this day with the prize-giving ceremony for our colleagues who distinguished themselves for their dedication to this profession. And now I would like to give the floor to Filippo Giorgi. International expert in climate modeling, climate changes, their effects on climate, on society, person in charge of the section of physics of the Earth at the Center of Physics in Trieste, one of the most authoritative experts, and author of a book, The Man and the Butterfly. Thank you for being here.
Thank you so much for inviting me. First of all, I'm passionate of architecture. I'm really keen on it. And I realize this is called like the Architecture Day, and I just don't want to be the so-called party pooper. I don't want to give you the bad news, but we have to be aware of what is going on in the world and what's the risks we are running, and why we need to speak about ecological transition. So, as you well know, we're not talking about climate change any longer. We're talking about climate emergency, because what is going on, what has been going on in the last few years, it's serious. We spoke about the pandemic a few years ago. Now we're speaking about war, because that's the hot topic, but climate is always there. I'm not going to speak about what happened in the world in the last few years climate-wise. It would take too long. But 2016 and 2020 have been the warmest years ever recorded. This is just a few pictures of what happened in Italy. Some of them have already been mentioned, the drought, but this was not the drought. This was the worst drought of the last 500 years. These are things that are supposed to happen naturally once every 10,000 years. So think about it. There have already been two, one in 2003, another one in 2022, so you can understand the extent of the problem that we are facing. I don't know if there is anybody coming from Friuli Venezia Giulia here. This is the region I live in the north of Italy. I'm sure you remember the Baia storm in October 2018. This storm destroyed forests in the Dolomites, with winds over 250 kilometers per hour. Never happened before, never recorded before. We already mentioned the glacier of the Marmolada in 2022, even though the glaciers don't really make much of a news or a scandal. So we are in the middle of this emergency, and in this slide you can see some data on a global scale. If there is a laser, okay. So this curve here, I'm sure you have seen it millions of times, is the curve of killing. Better. Okay, I'm sorry, we had a problem with the audio. So here, this curve on top left is the Killing curve, and it's one of the most famous one when we speak about climate. It's the trend of CO2. It increased by 280 parts per million, which means 280 parts of CO2 up to 420. I think this is the level of last year, which means an increase of 50% in 100 years. And it's something that our planet has never seen before. Methane did worse. The concentration of methane doubled in the last 100 years. This curve here instead, top right, is the trend of global temperatures. We are talking about an increase in temperatures of over 1 degree in the last 100 years. You may think, what's 1 degree, right? Nothing. 1 degree in 100 years is nothing. But if we compare it to the trend of the last 2,000 years, we are here. This is the Middle Ages, and this is 2,000 years ago, so when Christ was born. So you can see that what is happening today is something absolutely unprecedented, at least as far as 2,000 years of history are taken into account. This is the increase of the sea level over 20 centimeters in the last 100 years, because sea levels increase as ice caps melt. We already spoke about it. The water gets warmer, it expands. There's a lot of water on the planet, and this causes the sea level that is rising, and the consequences you can easily imagine. And what you see here at the bottom left is the trend of the catastrophes. So the floods of the Marche region, the drought that we have had, these are all catastrophes, events causing billions of euros of damage and hundreds or thousands of victims. As you can see here, in red are geophysical events, so earthquakes, for example. You see that, earthquakes is not really relevant. The rest is connected to climate and the weather in general. We counted 200 in the 80s. This is the number in the 1980s. 220 in the 80s, 800 in 2018. So it's a per 4. It's a fourfold. It means double every 20 years, and it's incredible. And this is something else this is something our planet has never seen before. This is something unprecedented for our planet, and as Pope Francis said as well, and as he's teaching us, this is, our planet is extremely complex, it's extremely intertwined and interconnected, and we need to be extremely careful. There is one common thread with all these graphs and all these curves. It's not that just the trends are increasing in all of them, but if, we have learned with the pandemic, we can see that the trend, it's linear, if not exponential. So things are not stable. They're not going better. They're not going worse. They're going a lot worse. So I'm sorry if I have to give you a strong bad message. Italy, this is a graph related to Italy. Temperatures recorded on the Italian territory from 1800 to 2020. These are the data of the CNR, the Institute of Research, and these temperatures are completely anomalous compared to the period of reference, that is the end of the 20th century. We are moving from -1 to plus 1.5. So the Italian temperature got warmer by 2.5 degrees, which is over double the global average. Why? Because the Mediterranean Sea is one of those areas that we define a hotspot of climate change. So those areas that are particularly sensitive to climate change and global warming. Another place is the Arctic. You know that the Arctic is getting warmer, but 3 to 4 times faster than the whole world. In the Mediterranean, we have different effects and different consequences, and it would take too long to explain. I'm not going to do that. But for us who live in the Mediterranean, this is just maths. Even more important is the problem of the cities, and this is where those of you dealing with urbanization are called. You understand, you know better than I do, that this island of heat in the cities, temperatures in the cities can be 3, 4, 5 degree warmer than in the outside of the city. We have anthropic activities, so in the cities the heat waves and the drought is even stronger. And that's why it's important to develop these cities in a greener way. and much more than we are doing today. There's a lot of studies and reports speaking about that with the business as usual, that is, if we don't do anything, if we are not able to respect the Paris agreements and the objectives set out there, many cities might pass the inhabitability level, the threshold, which means that humidity over 95% and the temperature over 35 degrees, which means the body cannot cool down, which means we cannot stay outside of the house for long periods. This is happening already in the Saudi Arabia and the Middle East, very limited areas in the planet, but this may happen for many other urban megalopolis that we know in the world. Another problem is cities on the coast. So here you can see on the map a few of them, because the sea level that is rising makes is a very big problem. Let's think of Dhaka, 18 million people. Every year it gets flooded with phenomena that are stronger and stronger year after year. This phenomena will become so important that these 18 million people will have to move somewhere else and will probably eventually be displaced. So let's not complain if they decide to come here to, in Europe or somewhere else. So before speaking about migrants, we need to understand why they are moving. Venice, that's a famous city. The sea level is rising, and it's a great deal. One of the problems, let's see if it's in the next slide. No. Let's go back to Venice. One of the most important problems is the melting of the ice cap in Greenland. The ice caps of Greenland are melting at a much faster rate than we thought. If the majority of these ice had to melt, we are talking about 100 years, not 10 or 20 years, but let's see, we would have an increase of the sea level by over 7 meters. 7 meters means that you will probably need to move somewhere else, because half of Italy is going to go underwater. So the risk we are running, well, not us, as I said, it's 100 and 200 years, but probably 2 to 3 generations after ours. So our grandchildren will probably have to move somewhere else. I would like to spend a few words on pollution as well. Pollution is directly linked to climate change. Today, pollution causes, as you can see here, 5 to 6 million victims. There is actually studies saying that this number gets up to 9 million victims per year. Just for a perspective, COVID so far has caused, I think, 5 to 6 million victims, but pollution every year causes even more than that. But nobody calls pollution a pandemic, right? So nobody makes an effort for pollution as much as we made an effort for the pandemic. So this climate crisis, this is only one of the many, but these are on a global scale. They are incredible, and I would say they are even worse than what happened with COVID, and we have all seen what COVID has done. So these are all the bad news I'm giving you. Let's now move on to some positive news. Good news. Most of this, I wouldn't say it can be avoided, because the trend is this and we cannot go back. Extreme events will become even more extreme. The sea level will keep rising, and we will need politics to adapt to this new normal, to these new conditions and the use of the territory. Bear with me for a second. May I have some water? When I get here, after all the bad news, my voice goes. Thank you for the water. I was actually choking. So as I was saying, we will need policies to adapt. But what we have to do, so I told you, let me give you some good news as well, not just bad ones. We can keep global warming below the dangerous threshold. So the famous 2-degree mentioned in the Paris agreements, I'm sure that unless you have lived on Mars in the last 20 years, you know what I'm talking about. It's 2 degrees compared to the pre-industrial values. So we already have 1 point something increase, but we have 1 degree to go. So the damage of global warming over 2 degrees would be too bad, and it would actually undermine the sustainable development of societies and people. To remain below this threshold of the 2 degrees established in the Paris Agreement, we will need the ecologic transition. That is exactly what you see here on the slide. These are the main passages of the ecologic transition. Of course, we're not going to have time to speak about all of them, but the most important one is the energy reconversion, which means decarbonization of the energy systems. Architect Ferrari already spoke about circular economy, the 0 kilometer, the reuse of resources, reforestation, as well as the problem with methane. But I would like to spend a little bit more of time on energies, because architecture can actually give a big contribution on energy. The first thing we have to do is improving the energy efficiency. Today we waste over 65% of energy we produce. So during production and transport, and one of the main reasons is the use of engine with combustion. You know, if you think of the heating system in our buildings, the cars and the scooters and motorbikes we use, so the electric engine instead is a much effective one compared to the combustion engine. So a transition towards electrification is the very first step. We spoke about electric engines and electric heating system regardless of how electricity is produced, and this is important. So already improving the energy efficiency is one thing. We're not talking about saving. Like some people may think, oh, I'm not able to warm my house any longer. No, that's not what I'm saying. We need to move on to electricity, and we need to start producing electricity from renewable energies. And this is something that is possible. Architecture can give a great contribution here, because there is also this idea, people saying that solar panels, they ruin the landscape, or using wind poles. They ruin the landscape. This is stupid. We can't do this. And here architects are called to redesign these solutions. We already spoke about the contribution of the houses and the buildings and the heating, but this is just another example. I think you already know more than me here. So energy efficiency, the use of materials with 0 emission, and we need to increase the green. We need to use alternative materials. I'm pretty sure that these things are already happening. Giving up a little bit of cement is also a good option. As we said, Rome is a very green city, is one of the greenest cities in Europe. I think Trieste is also a green city, if I'm not mistaken, but many other cities are not. Reducing this problem of the heat island in the cities with the development of green spaces is also important. Allow me a conclusion with 2 more things. The first is trying to explain you the risk we're running. So what you see here now is a graph of the temperatures anomalies in a period of time that we define the Holocene, that is the last 11,000 years, something else, 11,000 something. You have all seen the Ice Age, right? You have seen the movie. If you have kids, you must have seen it 10 times. So there was the time of mammoths, and that was probably 20,000 years ago, the last Ice Age. You know, during the last 2-3 million years, there was this alternation of Ice Age and then normal periods of time. So after the mammoths, the temperatures that before were probably down here, they started increasing a little bit for 10,000 years, and 10,000 years ago we reached the peak in the Holocene. Even in the Neolithic, where there was the famous Neolithic transition, you might remember in middle school studying this kind of history. I think my sons have studied it back then. So the 5,000 years that go between 10,000 years ago and 5,000 years ago, climate was quite stable. And that's when there was the famous Neolithical revolution, when climate didn't change, societies were stable, they developed agriculture, they developed cities, and it started what we define today as civilization. And roughly 5,000 years ago, there was again a decrease in temperatures towards the next ice age. See, this is going to happen again in probably 20 to 30,000 years, so it's not something we have to worry about at the moment, but this is what is happening now. So that degree in 100 years is exactly this, it's a peak. So that degree that seemed nothing. Looking at the behavior of the planet, it's something unprecedented and unbelievable. It's nothing that has been seen at least in the last 10,000 years. I bet half of my salary that in the last 2 million years it never ever happened that such an increase in temperature. With the cold periods, in cold temperatures, probably yes, we have ice ages and stuff. But whoever, a physician, like the Nobel Prize Paris this year, like he said, this makes our blood freeze in our veins because such a change is definitely unprecedented, and we're not ready to manage it. If you think of the temperature of your body, this is the trend, and then all of a sudden you have an increase of 1 to 2 degrees in your body, then of course you get worried, right? So let's say we are going to respect the agreements of Paris. Greta Thunberg becomes the empress of the world. We all respect the agreement, and this is what happens. And this is the best that can happen. In 80 years, 1 more degree. Trust me, we won't be able to do any better than that. People talk a lot about it. We are already 1.1. We won't be able to stay below 1.5 increase in temperature. So this is the best of the hypothesis. And the best of the hypothesis is something already extremely scary, and the planet has never seen it before. If instead, in a more realistic way, this is happening, so Giorgio Parisi would probably have a heart attack if he sees this one. But everybody should have a heart attack, because giving such a complex system such a shake, it means that your sons, my grandchildren will live in a planet that is completely different from the planet we have today. Lands that are fertile will become desert, and vice versa. Desert will become even worse. Desertification will be everywhere. But here we are actually out of the average behavior and the average trend of our planet. And mind that the problem is not the planet. The planet has seen meteors, has seen dinosaurs, has seen the human beings, But the problem is how our society will be resilient to such a change. If there is one thing I learned during lockdown, is how vulnerable we are. Where one sector, the socioeconomic sector of healthcare, put us on our knees. It brought us down to the knees. And it was a disease that was not the plague, right? It was COVID, and this happened with the healthcare system. So it's not one sector that is affected. All the sectors are affected, like in a domino effect. And with this increase of the temperature, things will be extremely bad for all of us, for our sons and grandchildren alike. So allow me a conclusion, 2 more minutes. I wanted to explain why we speak so much about the urgency of action, why we can't wait any longer. We said before, 0 emissions by 2050. That's the mantra we keep repeating. That's ideal, but what's most important is how do we get to these 0 emissions? Why? Because CO2 that we release in the atmosphere has a lifetime of roughly 100 years. Okay? What does it mean? That what we are emitting today, what we are producing today, will be there in the atmosphere, in the oceans for 100 years. So the emissions of today will be there for 100 years. But what's important is the cumulative emissions of the last 50 years. For those of you who remember going to school, we need to use the integrals. So the integral of the emissions in the last 100 years. So today there is a report. It's quite simple. There is a relation between the total emission of CO2 and the global warming. It's a relation that you can see here on the graph. It's valid for the past, but it's also valid for the future, for whatever is coming, as for what our models are saying. So the emission of 1,000 gigatons of CO2 corresponds to 0.5 degrees Celsius increase in temperature, and that's the uncertainty we are dealing with. At the moment, we are emitting 35 to 40 gigatons per year, which means if we are emitting 40 for the next 25 years, 40 gigatons, it means we already have overdone the Paris Agreement because we won't respect it. So we can use this relation to try and see a virtuous curve. So a curve that can actually give us 0 emission by 2050, but cumulative emissions that won't overcome 1.5 to 2 degrees. And this is something that you can do easily with a program. I don't think we can do it with a calculator, but we need to do it with a program, with a software. Then we have initial conditions, final conditions, which means 0 emissions by 2050, and then you will find the integral that you don't want to exceed. This is what I did. So emissions now are still increasing. Besides 2020, there was a COVID, but it will increase. 35 gigatons per year. I think as I said, 35 to 40 in 2020. We want to get to 0 by 2050, and we want this integral to be less than 1,000 gigatons. Otherwise, we would be higher than 1.5 degree increase in temperature. So if you do this exercise, we need to do a reduction of 3% by year of emissions. It doesn't seem impossible to me, at least, but it seems like a very difficult task for the world. So let's assume that one of you comes here and say, okay, let's continue 5 years like we are doing now, and then we will get to 0 emissions by 2050. I heard this a lot on TV. Yeah, people say, yeah, now we still need carbon, we need all the other things that they're saying, and then we get, let's say our goal is 2050 0 emission, but what do? That's what we're doing. So we continue 5 years increasing the emissions, and then always the goal, zero emissions by 2050. That's the ideal. The mantra is always there, zero emissions by 2050. But because since what we care about is the integral, you can see if I add all the red part, all the red curve, this is just an example, right? I'm just assuming. It means that I will overcome the 1,000 gigatons, and I have not respected the agreement, the Paris agreements. The more I wait to implement this ecological revolution, this is going to happen. If I add space on top, I will need to remove at the bottom. The integral has to remain as the first green one. Cumulative emissions cannot change. They have to be below 1,000 gigatons. So zero emissions won't be by 2050. It will become by 2040 something. Just assuming. So I will have to, the more I add at the beginning, the more I will have to take out at the end. So if we were fast enough and prompt enough with the policies now, then we wouldn't get to such an emergency. It's not that in 10 years the world will become impossible to live on, but it will be impossible to respect the threshold of the Paris agreements. That is the dangerous threshold of 2 degrees. So we can't wait. There is no time. I hope there is no more doubt. Global warming is a real problem, and it's 100% due to the greenhouse gases emissions and the use of fossil fuels combustion, and the scientific community is 100% positive about it. If we continue with the business as usual, the consequences of global warming and climate change will be the increase of catastrophes, the melting of ice caps. This means losing water. Our planet is full of water. We are using less than 2% of water. Of this less than 2%, 65% is in the glaciers. So if the ice caps melt, is a problem. We are already fighting wars for water. Think of the war in the Middle East. They've been fighting for water for thousands of years, and this is always going to happen. Water will be the most precious good in the 20th century. Not gold, not anything else. This can be replaced. So water is the new gold. So in order for the curve to be respected, we have to act immediately. Let me conclude with this slide here. I hope you recognize this architect. There's some of you who probably don't know him. Wasser. He is a myth for me. He's a hero. Unterwasser, if you go and visit his museum, is unbelievable. A decade ago, he already started with the green architecture. These are some of the works. This is the famous house of Unterwasser. You might have seen it in Vienna many times. I don't know if these ones exist or if it's just projects, but I wish cities of the future were like this. I wish the cities of the future looked more like Unterwasser models. Thank you very much for your attention.
Bene, ringrazio il professor.
Thank you, Professor Filippo Giorgi, for this exhaustive picture and injection of positivity. And now it's time to be happy, I would like to invite the parish of Santa Maria in Trastevere. He wanted to define himself. Bishop Sosilius in Rome in 2012, Archbishop in Rome in 2015, and now President of the Italian Archbishop Conference, His Eminence Cardinal Matteo Maria Zuppi was awarded as honorary architect by the National Council because the care for territories can be separated from the commitment to solve problems, especially in those areas of the cities such as urban outskirts. The Cardinal has always underlined the need for a dialogue among institutions to create an environment with a peaceful community life. He knows this city as a polis deeply. He has talked about our work, the work of architects, because we cannot have a city made just by buildings. We needed to create cities made of moral duties, because the outskirts of the cities and the outskirts of the soul are strongly correlated. I invite the Cardinal and I invite the President Micheli for the prize award ceremony. Thank you. Welcome in the community of architects. Thank you for this wonderful award. Yesterday I became honorary citizen of Bologna, and today I received this prize. Bologna, maybe you know that, the map of Bologna is attributed to San Petronio, who is the patron saint of the city, a bishop of the 5th century. Actually, the walls of the cities that in 1902 were destroyed, well, the walls remind the map of the New Jerusalem, and there are 12 gates because they are a symbol. So thank you for this award. Thank you for your attention. Thank you for having me among the community of architects, and thanks to your work. I think that we should need a plan for architects, a PNR for architects, because you have much to say. It would be crucial to have architects as well as planner much more involved, especially when we plan the future, when we shape the future. If we do not choose the future, there's no future. We have just heard, we have just listened to these words, so I do appreciate because I heard these words, and we really needed these words. It is curious that notwithstanding the evident situation, we know very little for your community, thinking that maybe we have time to do that, but I don't think so. This, to shape the future vision, to shape the future world, I think you are crucial, you are key. We live with this project, with this project of resilience that should help us in shaping the future. And I think you should be very busy in this project, because it is impossible to think about the future world without thinking of you. Someone was talking about mending the outskirts, the peripheral areas. Well, if we don't do that promptly, the peripheries, the outskirts, will be places where it is impossible to live. So your action, your work, has a deep impact in the life of people, in the life of the community. In Italy today, one family out of 3 is made by one person. Well, we should ponder it, we should reflect on it, because this means that we should reshape the future. And I mentioned the family, but I could mention elderly people. Over 80s, the number of elderly peoples in Italy are increasing, as well as the negative factors we have recently listed. And so it is crucial to think about a new shape of the city. That is why I would like to suggest to the people who have the power to do that, to involve you much more, to have better cities. Otherwise, we run the risk to have cities where it is impossible to live, where people don't meet. And it is also important to think and to consider that, especially in the 70s and in the 80s, some peripheral areas of the city were managed correctly, but others not. And after 20 or 30 years, some peripheral areas had to be completely destroyed and rebuilt. So we should be fully aware of that. We should learn from the mistakes of the past. So we should consider that when we shape an area, that area should be at the service of the community and should improve the society. So we could consider, we could take the mistakes of the past to improve in the future. We need a plan for housings because it is crucial if we want to think about the future. Otherwise, we simply adjust, we simply repair, but we never change completely. Sometimes there are many projects started and never ended, but I'm sure that you know this story much better than me. You know the continuous fight with the public administration much better than me. And you know that projects never completed or projects that are still there to be completed are unfortunately very common. So I would like to repeat the word of the previous speakers and to remind you that we have no time. We have to act now. Maybe when you become older, you are fully aware that if you miss this train, if you miss this opportunity, we won't have another opportunity in the future. And of course, we are talking about for the future generation. We are thinking about the future generation, and we should act responsibly. I just wanted to share a few thoughts with you. As you said before, we should put people at the core of our action. Because if the people are not at the core of our action, what we do is terrible, and we accept terrible things. And when I talk about people at the core, I'm not referring to the individual, I'm referring to the community, because we need the community. We also need the spirit. Of course, this is my profession to talk about spirit. And maybe you can say, well, he wants to convince us about something that belongs to his life pathway. But I'm sure that you are aware that also inspiration refers to the individual, but not only to the individual, it refers to a community. Making something, maybe it is easy, but building something, creating something for people, well, this is a gift, and you can do that. The habitability of the city depends on public spaces, on the tissue that keep people together, houses, pavements, benches, parks, garden, playgrounds, cycle lines, roads. And according to the quality of those spaces, we can judge the level of the quality of our life. In some areas, in some suburban areas or outskirts, this situation is still critical. I have been in the Fattore Angela, which is in the peripheral area of Rome, that was built by the builders that during the weekend used to build their own houses. In that area, there are no pavements, there are no services, there is a general delay in every aspect of life. There's no squares, there isn't a square in that area of Torre Angela because there are narrow roads and all the space has been occupied. So we should start from the places where people live, the places that give us a sense of proximity, and we have learned that lesson during the pandemic. We should find solution to tackle the energy challenge. We should develop the community around the principle of sharing. And we should also focus on food production, because food production means care for landscape. Sometimes the impression I have that we have reasoned according to separate departments, learning to schools, arts to museums, nature to parks, health to hospitals, and the holy aspect to churches. But this organizational model created at the end of the 800 has shaped our cities around functions that are deeply different today and very distant from the reality. And the pandemic has made clear how this model is no longer adequate to give answers to the pandemic in that case, but to the needs of people. If we separate the care for the body from the care for the soul, we miss the meaning, and we do not understand that suffering is not always correlated to the body and to the diseases. Today we suffer because we have missed the link between mind and body, health of the people and health of the whole community. So this is the effort we should make. This is the lesson learned, and we should use this lesson to make future decisions. Our life is organized according to separate spaces. We're born at hospitals, we live in the houses, the nature is delegated to the parks, and our life in the cities is in a sort of container. Well, I believe that today we should open these boxes, we should open these places. I would like to think about the genius of Basaglia, who said that hospitals for mental ill people was a symbol of segregation from the world. The attempt to limit the disease, but the same attempt was fueling the disease. So we should accept the concept that when we subtract control, actually refuel it. Basaglia broke the schemes and understood that the disease was sometimes produced by the same institution, and it was the most insidious disease. Well, this example seems to be linked to a past, but it can be very modern today. Think about home care for elderly people, COVID departments, areas that should be devoted to control violence. Basaglia has spent his life opening doors and windows. And today we should do the same. This is just a metaphor, but today we should open the boxes where we live because they are no longer tolerable. The pandemic has taught us that we can delegate health to hospitals or justice to prisons. We should consider prisons as places of rehabilitation. We need a different storytelling. Space is crucial. It is the first perception we have in the morning. The arrangement of our bedroom is our identity, and we identify the arrangement of our bedroom before remembering that we are alive, because our spaces corresponds to our identity, and most of the time in peripheral areas there's no space and just isolation. So space is a key element for our existence. We know that, but sometimes we neglect it. To change things, we need to imagine to be able to change. And imagination does not belong to literature or art. It is not just something for people who haven't problems. As a singer coming from my same region used to say, imagination is an attitude, and it starts from the reality, from the observation of things. It can identify and discover connections. It can connect elements apparently distant. Imagination can transform reality and helps opening those boxes, giving us the opportunity to find new ways of living. The inventor of the city of the future are in this room. You are the inventors of the cities of the future. But we need something more. We need a new generation. The protagonists of this pivotal passage are those able to invent places. In a world full of artificial places, we need to create new spaces, new places where the humankind can live. And the designer is not a scientist, but he is driven by the passion for observation. An architect or entrepreneur should observe the world with a feeling of empathy. They should transform an idea into projects, and they should make things happen. They should reintegrate ecosystem, design solution inspired to nature to fight climate changes. They should recreate peripheral areas that are completely detached, so they should create connection. According to the last report of Caritas, it is clear that poverty is hereditary. Those who are poor today are sons and daughters of poor people, and many of us are poor people, and they are still making sacrifice as their grandparents did. But in the past, our grandparents tried to do their best to give us a better world. For this reason, we should be fully committed to use the residuals, the area not used, the empty areas. We should work on physical spaces, but also on human behavior, lifestyles, nature. We should remove and replace without giving up to a better future. We shouldn't be slave of feelings, but we should invest on economic spaces. So what we are talking about, it's not just an oniric dimension. We can really create future cities that put humankind at the core. Our life changes continuously, lifestyles are continuously changing. We have climate changes, we are facing contamination, pollution, and all these elements have an impact on our life. We are probably starting to understand what we can do. And so we are responsible not just for the aesthetical part of the project, but we should improve the spaces to improve the lifestyle of people. Very recently, Salvatore Settis, an architect, said, is it true that the architect should just follow the aesthetic inspiration, or he should put at the core the real values? Well, the answer is that sometimes the projects are not the result of a collective work, but this should be the work. And preserving landscape and environment should be the duty of the whole community, because it is a founding value, it is a key value. Salvatore Settis a few years ago proposed the Vitruvian square for architects, and it was like a sort of a provocative thought, but that oath was crucial, because having an oath means being brave. And I would like to share with you a message which is not mine, but it is the message that Leftat, the message of the people who designed and imagined the Central Park in New York. It looks like a natural park, but it was planned and designed by people in every single detail. That park was designed with a revolutionary technique, and probably it is exactly what we should do today. We should think or rethink our cities. At that time, that design, that project was considered extravagant and totally absurd. It is a surface that it is 20 times the size of the public gardens in Milan. But at that time, they decided to create something that could be at the service of the community, that could improve the health of the community for a collective well-being. That is why we should be brave, and we should think that a modern city needs to be full of nature. We should rethink our cities, and we should keep on dreaming about our cities. I think that this is the only possible choice. This is the only option we have for the future. And we should work in close cooperation, because the spirit helps in deciding. Pope Francis often uses the expression to contemplate the city, and it means to desire a city accessible to everyone. And I would like to conclude with the words of a man that was a gift for all of us, and I'm referring to Cardinal Martini. In 1997, he was a dreamer, he was a very rigorous man, but he was also a dreamer, and I would like to read a few lines he wrote about his dream of a city. And I feel that in this very moment, his words are particularly valuable. We shouldn't focus on dream or aesthetic. We should translate projects and plans and needs and the city of the future into something real. So dream, and I would like to quote Cardinal Martini words, I dream a city that is a place where every single human being feels its own identity and can recognize its identity in the streets and in the spaces. And if you think of certain peripheral areas, you can clearly understand that this is not possible. A city that can learn from his past and preserve for his future, to be positively projected into the future. I dream a city that can put together past and future, that can make an intergenerational agreement, a city fond of life, fond of its mystery, and a city that pays attention to any need, a city that is cherished in every aspect. I dream a city, a young city, a city full of solidarity, young maybe referring to its inhabitant, and full of solidarity. I dream a city full of pride, capable of meeting the needs of everyone, a city without conflict. I dream a city full of spaces where we can contemplate, full of silence. And I think of our Duomo, and he's referring to Milan, who was inspired to a holy vision, but made with solid foundation. We need places devoted to silence, reflection, contemplation, so that through contemplation we can find our place in the frenetic life of a city. I dream a city full of dialogue. I dream a city full of places, squares, agoras, where people can meet, exchange ideas, and people capable of listening. I dream a city where strangers can meet and where we can meet the mystery of life in the strangers. I dream a city where we can ask and answer the most serious question. I dream an open city, a city open to dialogue, a city open to every man and every culture. This is a wonderful dream, and I think that you, the architects, can make this dream come true. And we hope that you will be given the opportunity to do that. Thank you.
Ringraziamo ancora.
We would like to thank once again His Eminence Cardinal Zuppi Thank you for your beautiful contribution. You opened up our hearts and our souls. You opened up our eyes on what is going on in the world as well. So, unfortunately, I wanted to thank Marta Schifone. She couldn't make it. She left. She had another commitment. We also have an address of Frattin, the Minister of Environment. He sent us a message. As you will know, we have with the new budget law, the government is facing important commitments, but the minister has wanted to send his contribution, so with a short video, let's play it.
Buongiorno.
Good afternoon, everyone. Unfortunately, previous institutional commitments do not allow me to be with you, but I'm sending these brief greetings to ensure a presence, even if not physical. Also, in appreciation of your request, of your issues, the government is aware of the importance of your role, the role of architects, of your functions as planners and landscapers and conservators for the development of a more sustainable country. The building sector, as you know, plays a major role in reducing emissions. The national strategy on the circular economy, adopted by the department I had, includes a specific focus on circular building and emphasizes how the correct choice of material and an assessment applied to the building life cycle can reduce the consumption in terms of solution, but also the emissions during the construction and the use of the assets. Therefore, along with energy-saving measures, in which it is necessary to continue investing both at public and private level, it is key to implement reforms to favor circular economy and thus valorize components and materials that becomes raw material, the so-called secondary raw materials. It is estimated that over 80% of environmental pollution and an equally, if not higher figure, as much as 90% of production costs derive from the product design phase. Therefore, it is significant and essential to work upstream in the design phase, using eco-design, eco-planning for a sustainable use of resources in the different phases of life cycles. For example, the application of minimum environmental criteria in the call for tenders dedicated to the construction of new buildings or renovations may contain limitations and can identify building components such as also reusable materials or otherwise material compatible with the circular economy. And all these initiatives are to be encouraged, as well as the use of national timber also for green building, and all the measures aim at reuse building components made of wood. It is an action that must be continuous and must be inclusive of all the different sectors, and it must be the canvas for action at every planning stage, both for the building sector but also for the product where the genius of architecture is being engaged, which are not only the part strictly related to construction, with a view to the implementation of a national strategy for the circular economy, we are supervising with the Observatory for the Circular Economy that was set up by our ministry, presided and coordinated by the undersigned, Minister of the Environment, with the support of ISPRA, ENEA, and with the participation of institutions, regions, provinces, ANCI. The observatory was launched just a few days ago on the 5th of December, and we will meet at least once every 3 months, and it will be the meeting point for all those assessments that can contribute to a growth, which is a cultural growth, a growth of knowledge, and an awareness of the historical moment we are living, a historical moment where we feel the energy issue strongly, but we feel climate change just as strongly. And of course, solving one problem means making a contribution to resolve the other. We are in the presence of the two sides of the same coin, and the action that we can all carry out together, and where your contribution as architect is crucial, is in this action. First of all in the design, but also in all the following phases that are the control, the design, the dissemination of a message that should permeate our society. Thank you for your invitation. I wanted to be brief, but it is as if I were there with you. Thank you.
We would like to thank the minister, even if he wasn't here, but he wanted to be with us anyways with a video message. Now I will give the floor to Luigi Di Marco. Professor Luigi Di Marco is a colleague, an architect himself, and member of the ASVIS, a reference of the work groups 6, 14, 15, 7, and 13. And he will speak about the importance of the territorial, of taking care of the territory. So we will speak about the importance of the defense of the territory, and then we will move on to the awarding of the young Italian architects and the architecture award in general. Thank you so much for inviting me. It is a little bit touching to be here for me. It was random, you know, the invitation was to the presidents of the ASVIS. We have two, Marcella Vallen and Pierluigi Stefanini, so they were invited, but then I was delegated to come randomly. It often happens that I have to go and speak on behalf of them, but in this case, if you expected the voice of somebody outside of the community, then I'm sorry to burst your bubble. The things that I'm about to say are going to be in line with the organization I represent, but I'm an architect myself, so things might be a little bit biased given my personal experience and my personal background. As ASVIS was created in 2016 because nobody understood that our presidents had adopted the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations. The thing we have on the blazer is what the Secretary General of the United Nations is wearing. All of you could wear this, from a kid in Mozambique or Latin America or in Ukraine. So this is the logo of everybody, of the UN Agenda 2030 and not of ASVIS. What we want to do is to finalize what has been said in Rio 2020 by 2020. we have supported the amendments of the articles. These amendments have been ratified in February 2022, and Article 9 and 42 of the Constitution are in the foreword of our code of behavior. They are there, so we need to think. We don't need to change the code. We need to go and look how these amended articles affect our professional activity. We also have the respect of the limits coming from international obligations. We spoke before about the Paris Agreement. The Paris Agreement is an international agreement, so we must respect it. It's an obligation because it's part of our code of conduct. So we have to ensure the quality of people and the quality of life. All the topics that we have already mentioned before, so all this is an obligation we have. The latest perspectives, the words of Mr. Zuppi have inspired us quite a lot. It's the first time I understand that as professionals we are also inventors of spaces and places, and this is not something we have to take for granted. Coming to the core, because speaking about associations on the territories, what do? We need to bring our competences. Competences are key. We find this in our code of conduct as well. The society wants professionals to take care of their own training and knowledge and improving the quality of life on different territories. And this also deserves to be further analyzed. We know that the sustainable developments can only be achieved through competences and skills, but it's not something that we need to take for granted. We must also have the need to improve them, to implement them, and to meet the needs of people. We need to be contemporary architects, just to mention Ms. van der Rohe. 2023 is the European Year of Skills and Competences, so I think we should further discuss this either today or in the next few months. Somebody will say that what I'm saying might be biased because I am myself an architect and a landscaper and a conservator, but the real protagonist is us. We have the skills to transform the world, just like indicated in the title of the Agenda 2030. But as I said, we are the protagonists. We are the ones who have to say what has to be done. Let's see the European obligations. Something has been said already: reduction of the emissions by 55% by 2030. You might have heard speaking about the wave of restoration. Most of these emissions are coming from the restoration works. By 2030, we need to reduce by 60% the emissions coming from the buildings. Compared to 2015, not compared to 1990s. 2015 to today, something has been done, but very little. So we have 7 years to cut down the emissions. And this is a political European objective. This is not an ideal objective. This is something we have been realizing and doing. We will see this in the new directive on the building energy performance proposed by the European Commission. It has already been published, so we already know what it foresees. Let me connect this to the Leave No One Behind motto. This is one of the most important mottos of the 2030 agenda and of the European Green Deal. Like, the transition has to be just. There is also the objective in the Agenda 2030. In 2030 we have to ensure a dignifying shelter and house for everybody. So reducing greenhouse gases with the purpose to ensure a safe shelter and dwelling for everybody. So these are different measures, and these are different factors that we have to combine. These interventions will have to be done by all, not just the rich ones. Even some of the people who have enough money will need a support. We don't know if it's going to be the 110 or whatever it is, but we need to leave no one behind. This is just a point in the national resilience plan. Every year we have to invest in Europe 520 billion euros according to the Green Deal. Where are we going to take this money from? We don't know. We have to find a way, because it's written on the paper. Scientists have written this, and European politics have said it. Inaction is pricier, much pricier than action. Professor Giorgi is confirming. So inaction costs more than action. So now there's this new aspect of the European Central Bank with the new interest rates and so on. But even central banks will have to be aligned somehow. We have signed it in the Paris agreements that financial flows have to be consistent with a low emission development and in line with the climate change regulation. As far as climate resilience is concerned, let me say something about the adapting to climate change, and that's the central topic of landscapers and conservators. As ASVIS, we asked to carry out a stress test of the territories for the climate change. We have the instruments, we have the work of ISPA for the hydrogeological risks, but we also have the research of the European Center for Weather and Climate Change. It's important because we have projections that we can use according to the future scenarios. There is also an effect of the dynamics that the hydrogeological risk will have due to this, to the climate change. There is no mathematic certainty of these projections, but we have some leading clues that are important and are solid. And this is our task. This is what we have to do. We have to say how to run these stress tests. It's not going to be just us alone, but it's going to be us playing an important leading role. We're going to be the leadership when defining the stress tests and defining as well the measures, because once you have run the stress test, the work is not finished. You will have to understand how to do the stress test to avoid the disasters of climate change to affect people, their lives, and our economic activities and cities alike. It is also interesting to know that the European Commission, when speaking about all the restoration works, they will provide guidelines not just to reduce emissions, but also to adopt buildings to climate change. Here we should probably take a look at we should reconsider some of the aspects that can be important for us. When we look at the European data, the European goals, we have to be able to evaluate, and that's what we have been doing as ASVIS. In our reports recently, we published a whole volume on the just ecologic transition. We should understand also the benefits, the advantages that we have in the Mediterranean. We have less need to heat the houses. We can use a lot of renewable energies, and the ecologic transition, that is the plan that has been approved by the previous government and the Committee for Climate Change, they say that in Italy we have 30 to 40% more possibility to produce sun energy, solar energy, compared to the average of Europe, given the land and given the space and the sun we have. These are the data that we know, and these are the data that we show during the debates on the different territories. How can we do this? Something interesting that has come out as well, and that is important, is also the knowledge of the strategies that are being implemented on a European level. Well, there is a strategy for solar energy saying that only by covering the roofs of the houses, so without using the land, we would be able to cover our gas need. And this is the benefit we have as a Mediterranean country. But there is also a research that was interesting, mentioned by the Committee of Regions in Brussels, saying that it's a research published in Science Direct, so carried out by prestigious authors, saying that only 5% of the European territory is not able to produce the territorial energy they need. So this is, of course, numbers and figures. We should afterwards place them on the different territories of Europe to better understand the division, but we are the ones who have to contribute to such assessments. And allow me to conclude, because I think I'm probably taking up too much time. There is something that nobody wants to talk about, nobody wants to write about. In Italy, in Rome especially, there's 9 cities that have candidated to become, they are running to become climate neutral by 2030. They were running up to 40. But out of these 40 cities, the European Commission appointed 9 Italian cities to become climate neutral by 2030, to show to the world and Europe alike that if we commit, we can make a difference. The cities are, have you ever heard about it? Because, you know, this is what we are called to do. This is our job. We do it by cutting down emissions of buildings. We do it with the plans for mobility. Have you ever heard about these 9 cities? Do they ring a bell to you at all? It's embarrassing. Turin, Milan, Bergamo, Genoa, Firenze, Rome, Prato, Florence, and so on. So these are big cities. We all know them. It's an objective that is so ambitious that it's probably embarrassing just to mention it. But from today by 2030, it's a very short period of time. We should at least start talking about it now. If we were able to make up to 80% of these 9 cities, I think we would be happy enough. I won't take up any more time from you. You have my contacts in ASVIS, so you can actually reach out for me. I'm available for any exchange of information and questions. Thank you so much for your attention.
Allora, abbiamo voluto avere...
So we wanted to invite Asvis here today to put a spotlight on the importance of having a network of associations, bodies, and why is it important to talk about it today? The 24th June 2023, it will be the centenary of the foundation of the Italian architects. The National Council will work together with the Italian Association because it is not just a celebration. We would like that 2023 can be considered as an opportunity to tell the community and to describe the community the work of this institution and the work of many of their members. Many of them are here with us today. 105 public bodies, non-economic bodies, since 1923 are presiding the territories to favor citizens. They take care of the society to create a society that believes in the collectiveness. The orders, the associations of architects are made of professionals that are not just promoting the registers or their category, but they are deeply involved in urban transformation, sometimes also criticizing them, supporting administration, providing training, organizing conferences. They create a community. Within this association, there are colleagues driven by passion and competence. These two nouns, passion and competence, are perfect to describe Gonzalo Birnes, our president of jury for the Young Italian Architect, the New Talent of 2022. Today he gave a Lectio Magistralis, is an extremely talented Portuguese architect and today president of the National Council of Architects of Portugal, and it represents the institution. In 2016, I invited you to the Biennale of Venice to talk about the essential role of architects, and now that you represent the Portuguese institution, I would like to ask you if architects are still essential for this cultural transition, if they are key to educate people, and how and when territorial bodies are important in this process. And I would ask architect Gonzalo Berne to open the prize awarding ceremony of architect, landscaper and planner for 2022. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Alessandra. 6 years ago, we were in Venice for a round table. There was also Nicola Di Battista. I don't know if he's here in this room, and there were many other architects who gave their contributions. And the topic of that festival of architects was about the key role of architect in the creation of territories of the cities. I remember that when it was my turn, when I had to give my contribution, this round table in this wonderful building, I remember there were more than 100 architects. I remember that I said that the question about the essential role of architects and the answer was strongly correlated to whom this this question was asked. Of course, if we ask this question to architects, of course, the answer is yes. They are crucial, they are essential. But if they ask the same question in San Marco Square to the citizens walking in the square, maybe a couple of people could ask, but what is architecture? Maybe they don't even know what architecture is. Most of the time, citizens don't know what architecture is and what's the role of architects. So, what I want to clarify, and I tried to do that also this morning, is that sometimes architecture, and I have to be critic also against our categories, because sometimes we are too much self-centered. We go to architecture exhibitions, we buy architecture magazines, we talk about architecture competitions, and we meet among architects. Luckily, this approach is changing, positively changing, and it is transforming into an important opportunity. And I remember that in Latin America, there are some projects focused on young architects that create groups that are called colectivos, which means collectives. There isn't the name of the architect or the names of the architects. We are talking about a group of architects that goes to talk to the mayor, goes to talk to the people in the municipalities, they talk to the citizens, they talk to the people in the streets, and they ask, what would you like to have in your territory? Or maybe they say, we have seen that there are some problems in that specific area of the city, and they go there, they go and see that area, and they try to make an effort to transform that area of the city. One of these studies of the colectivos, collective groups, published on a Spanish magazine. The name of this magazine is Circle. I remember an article that talking about the activity of young architects in the collectivos was saying that architects are so focused on the architecture world that they have forgotten of the architecture of the world. And what I would like to tell you is that there is a big challenge in front of us. Also this morning, I said that there is a strange atmosphere, that it is also the result of a society that has transformed into a technocratic society. I'm not saying that technology is not important, but I'm saying that technology has become an ideology, and the contemporary culture where everything is just an object to be used, where the culture of consumption, the culture of entertainment is dominating. When we talk about cinema, we do not talk about culture, we talk about entertainment. Everything is created to become entertainment, to become something that we can purchase, something we can pay for. We are living in a world when technologies are transforming into technocracies. We do not live in the world of building. We know that architecture decisions have three levels. There is a first basic level, which is the shape, also considering the economic and environmental sustainability, so we need a compact shape. And there is a different relationship between external shape and external shape. And the shape is the first layer of architecture. The second layer of architecture involves passive investments, about construction, partition system, isolation, thermic isolation, etc. And then at the very end, there is a third layer. And if you imagine these layers, you can see a pyramid. On top of this pyramid, there is high tech. Everything has become robotic, thermic, air-conditioned. Everything has transformed into robotics. And we say that the capacity of high tech can also correct the mistakes of architecture in the first two levels. But there is a problem. The first two levels, decision levels, shape and economic. If we correctly consider cost, and if we bear in mind that when we talk about cost, we are not talking about cost of construction, we should also add cost of maintenance and also cost of demolition. Well, this is the total cost in terms of sustainability. And if you do so, we move the pyramid upside down, and we realize that the most expensive part of this pyramid is high tech, which is expensive and energy consuming. And then, because the high tech has time of obsolescences that are quicker and quicker, and we can see it with the mobile phones. If we buy a robotic device, the following year is already old. So technology and robotics are important, but architecture can develop the surplus value, can have a perspective, and can take into account the changes and the ecologic aspect and sustainability. And this, just to say that if we change our approach, we can rediscover that architecture is a form of knowledge. It is an autonomous form of knowledge, but it can become essential in the quality of our life, but also in the relationship with nature and in facing all the challenges ahead. And architecture can be key to improve the quality of life of people, societies, and this should be our main objective. If we walk on this pathway, I can say that architecture is essential. But there is some work to be done, and so architects should correctly promote themselves, taking into account the aesthetic aspect and the ethical aspect, as the Cardinal reminded us before. And we should focus on the polis of the architect. Alessandra, I hope to have given you a clear answer, and it is the same answer you asked me 6 years ago. Thank you.
Io inizierei adesso le operazioni di premiazione.
And now we would like to start our prize-giving ceremony. I would like to invite on the stage the jury. And I kindly ask to the winner of the prize for the Italian Architect 2021, Franco Tagliabue, to come close to me, and I would like to ask him the meaning of this award. Could you please repeat the question? Sorry, I didn't understand it. Well, it has been an honor because the Italian architects are many, 150,000. Please confirm that this figure is correct. I kindly ask someone to adjust my mic. Thank you. So, as I said, it was an honor and also a responsibility, because this award and the role of architect, it is an ethical role. It is a social work. We are strongly correlated to the daily life. We don't have clients from Japan that ask us to build a skyscraper in Tokyo, but what we do has nothing to do with money. Most of the time, Italian architects tell our story to our colleagues and non-colleagues everywhere in the world, and this was extremely significant. Our architecture office, our architecture firm, and my partner and wife is a small reality. We are a small firm, but this is very common in the Italian reality, and this is an added value, in my opinion. And probably this is also meaningful if we consider the meaning of this prize. So we have met many colleagues, we have talked to many colleagues, and we have discovered that there is a network of valuable colleagues working for the daily life of people. And this has been an extraordinary experience, because we are looking for quality in the details, in the everyday life details. And this has a sort of multiplier effect of our role as architects. I'm not as expert as Professor Giorgi, so I will mention just multiplication factor. But when we can multiply the quality we can reach in our daily work, well, this is crucial. We have to focus on the daily life and on the daily life of people. Francesco, would you like to add your comment? How was your experience as a young talent of architectures? Manzoni firm and Francesca, together with Francesco Manzoni. Francesco Manzoni is the prize winner. We are in Lombardy region, in the province of Lecco. We are a small firm, and we often work in small territories, small countries from 2,000 to 8,000 inhabitants. And this award helped us to become more confident, because for a small firm, especially at the beginning, it is not easy. We work with private clients, and it is not easy to be confident and young. So I hope that for the new young talents, this award will bring confidence. Thank you. Before continuing with the jury, I would like to give the floor to the President for a greeting to the President of the Architetto of San Marino, who is here with us. Yes. Thank you, Luca Zanotti. He is the President of the Architects of the State of San Marino. We have signed a memorandum of understanding, and we have a close collaboration for our topics, for the topics typical of our professional category. And this collaboration represents the continuation of a partnership. We collaborate with many associations in the territory of Emilia-Romagna region, but not only. There is an intense exchange of ideas, an intense collaboration. We signed the Memorandum of Understanding on a very special occasion, which was very consistent with what has mentioned tonight. It was a Memorandum of Understandings proposed by a UN organization. Sir Norman Foster was present at the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding, and we were there, Luca Zanotti and I. Luca, please join me on the stage just for a few words. And just for a comment on this Memorandum of Understanding and on this declaration that I think it is extremely important, in particular for the commitment of the governance of the territories to respect some of the fundamental rules that are keys to fight climate changing and to support sustainability. So it is a very practical commitment to transform the cities and to transform the territories on the basis of different criteria and different values. Luca, you have the floor. Good evening, everyone. And I would like to greet you on behalf of the Association of Architects of San Marino, State of San Marino. We are just 105 architects in our register, and I'm representing all of them. Well, to talk about this declaration of San Marino, I don't know if you have ever heard about it, but it is a document through which UN, to reach the 2030 agenda, objective of the 2030 agenda, has declared its clear commitment. So the document was drawn and signed at the presence of Norman Foster, and also Architetto Stefano Boeri was present, of course, as signatories and presidents of the respective state. We were present, and we represented also engineer and surveyors, and I'm not going to talk about all the elements contemplated in this declaration, but it is a deed where all the characteristics and all the criteria that governments and designers and planners should follow and should apply. Yesterday I was in Milan at the Triennale with architect Boeri and with Norman Foster connected online, because we have to act now, and we have to act at any level. We can't waste a single minute. One of the fundamental traits of this declaration, and it is point 11, it is involvement. All together, planners, designers, private sector, public sector, governments, we should work all together to improve sustainability, to save water, to have a better social impact. If we work together, probably we will be able to reach the goals of the 2020 agenda and the 2050 agenda as well. Thank you for your kind invitation.
E allora adesso continuiamo con i lavori.
And now we can go on. I have already presented Franco Tagliabui Volonté, Francesco Manzoni of Studio 25, Olena Olini, Vice President of the Ukrainian Architects. Notwithstanding the difficulties, she participated in the jury, and we would like to thank her warmly.
Thank you, all of us, for the invitation. I consider this participation in so great international event as my contribution to our victory, as additional recognition of Ukraine on international society. So, as you know, we struggle for our independence and freedom for almost 10 months. And we feel support of all world around us. All architects all over the world now are fighting with us against evil, against Russian aggressors. And I am very appreciate to you and to all of architects of UIA and ACE and all other countries which support us in this struggle. And I would like to thank you again and congratulations to all your winners. Your architecture is excellent. All works was very interesting. So thank you again, and let's continue our collaboration. Thank you very much.
Last but not least, our architect Camilla Fabbri, President of the Association of Architects of Forlì and Cesena, and representing the Italian architects. Thank you. And before mentioning our winners, I would like to thank all the participants who has offered their work for this community. I would like to thank all the participants. Many of your works are projected in this room today, and many will be published in the yearbook that has reached its 7th edition, collecting more than 500 projects, the biggest contemporary architecture collection. And now we can start the award ceremony. Just few words about the jury. We have analyzed 250 projects. Gonzalo directed the works and the work of the jury. Gonzalo, would you like to say a few words about that? I'm joking. I started from the end, but it is not my task. The work of the jury of such an important award and with this feature is a demanding task, but also it is a difficult work and a privilege. I participated in many juries, and the selection in the competitions, the selection to reach the winners is a long pathway, because to select, we need to reject. It seems to be a paradox, but we believe that in the competition that are important because they are open competition and they are crucial to involve young architects. But when it is time to decide, when it is time to select, it's difficult, it's demanding, because we reach a point when everything becomes even more difficult, because we are rejecting extremely valuable projects, remarkable projects that required a huge effort. But this is a fundamental condition, and it is the task of any jury. We assessed almost 300 projects. And this long pathway, the pathway of selection, took time, many meetings, to reach the final decision. Of course, at the end, it was a very intense work, and I would like to say that the jury is a sort of college. There is a president of the jury, but the president of the jury, in my opinion, of course, should express his or her opinion, but most of all, he or she should listen to the opinion of the others. And this jury was in a total synchrony at every step of the pathway, especially at the very end when we were together, physically together, for a long time. And this work that has been pretty demanding and challenging and required a deep insight, well, being a team, being a group of people able of working together allowed us to reach a final decision. At the end of a challenging day, we had dinner. We were lucky enough to find a place in a restaurant, but at the end it was white smoke. And now we can say the winner is... For the winner, I would like to give the floor to Camilla Fabri to call the person mentioned. We decided to mention 2 people for every category. Camilla Fabri will read the first one. Mentions goes to Stefano Ceresa of Ceresa Architects, and I'm reading the motivation. Congratulations. It was a very difficult choice, and I would like to confirm what the president of the jury declared. I would like to thank the colleagues of Ceresa Architects, and it is enhanced the capacity of the architecture to create a place, to create a relationship with the territory, its geographical value, and the important to be within a context, the empathy with nature and its valuable existence. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for the beautiful words. It's a great emotion for me to be here. I share the words you have used because we also are a small firm in the city of Como. Every day with my colleague, 2 of them are here with me today, every day we are driven by doubt. Doubt permeates our work. All the hours we spend together projecting are permeated by doubt, and it's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you for this wonderful initiative. Thanks to my colleagues, to my wife for her support. this morning, I left my house in this small town in the province of Como, a little town characterized by this area made of medieval stone. It's a dark stone that this morning was in clear contrast with the snow. I arrived in Rome, an historical city full of art. It is always a great emotion to be here where the sign of men is clearly visible. Years after years, decades after decades, Casa del Bosco is not looking for this feeling of eternity. It's not looking for the feeling to leave a trace in the territory. For me, it was just as playing with memories. I imagine a 6-year-old child running towards the house of his grandparents, opening the door, and this is a memory. And evoking these memories was a sort of play for me, and I consider this place as a sort of shed, a place where I can be protected, a place that can represent a shelter. In this shelter, there is a family with 3 adoptive children, and this space has been devised as the space for a family. It is a space continuously changing over the year. We hope that this house can expand and change according to the needs of the family. The main structure starts from a pillar and then it expands. It has been conceived as a structure where every element supports the others, and there is this opening in the facade. The internal spaces can be deformed according to the rhythm of the structure, and there are different views inside the house, different views to see the landscapes. The kitchen is at the center of this place. Thank you.
La seconda menzione è la menzione.
Second mention is Atelier Poème. They cannot be here because they're abroad, but we would like to make a round of applause for them as well for gaining the second mention. Let's now speak about Young Talent of Italian Architecture 2022 award. I would like to give the floor to Francesco Manzoni. Winners are Balance Architecture, Alberto Lesan and Jacopo Bracco. The approach denotes an ability to deal with systemic and modular themes. They managed to create special diversity with the use of light technology and the ability to work with a few punctual elements and create interesting and diverse spaces. In the plurality of design themes, they managed to maintain a coherence and a common line. Thank you so much to everybody, the jury, the president, to all the national board, and also the studio that is based in Turin, and we are here representing them. Today, all the different interventions were extremely interesting, and I was listening to them. But I had one word in mind. Everything was light. So the lightness of a feather falling, or the lightness of a bird flying and avoiding obstacles and they know where to go. In these 13 years of activity, we have faced many times with existing buildings, and that's what we have done mainly. We haven't built anything new. We have restored or changed something existing. And the approach we have had during these 13 years was taking out what wasn't necessary and adding only the the necessary things, the minimum. And that's our approach. Thank you. I would also like to thank the commission, the jury. We are moved by the result. I wanted to speak about the project itself. It's a corporate building, so it's after COVID. We wanted to design offices, and that's what we wanted to do. It's not just the distribution of a clothing company, but it's also specialized in the launching and in the incubation of new realities and digital startups. It's in Turin, so in the north, Lavarza. It's mainly an industrial area. It's transforming though, and there's as you can see here in the circle, the area in question is the rectangle. It was bought by a company, for the company to transform it into the business building. It was many things before then. It was the seat of several companies, also the seat of architecture studios, up until becoming what was our commitment. They wanted this to become a new headquarter. So we started thinking on how can we start with such a project. So we need theory, we need innovation, ideas, and something that changed a lot was definitely the change of how we changed our work in the last few years, because with remote working, home office, this is something completely new. But are we really sure that this improved our lives and is going to improve our lives even more? We are not really positive about it, because starting from remote working, we arrived at this, and then we arrived at this. So remote working in bed is not really something positive. So workspaces are going to be the space where we meet people, where we relate to them, and the human contact with others is paramount. So offices have to be thought out, so that connections have to be made, and we have to understand that they're important. So first, relation. Second, we wanted to think about the sustainable aspects a bit more, and the quality of life and the well-being of people leaving the spaces. So vegetation is important. Vegetation has to be a daily partner, not just in the house, but also in the office. All the way to domesticity. So COVID made it made it happen, and the people had to create offices in their houses. So we think that we should bring a little bit of a house in the office as well. That's the most the domesticity as well. So you need to feel comfortable and at ease in the space, in the workspace as well. So out of a white sheet, we made this planning. We intervened on the first part, so we divided the work in different phases. First part is the one dedicated to the furniture, and the second was the one where we changed the works. Then there is also another phase that is ongoing, that is the empty one. But as you can see here, if you start from the living, that is where all the relations happen, and where all the where we divided as well all the different offices of people working. So we divided the offices starting from a work position of one person or another, and then we would just place the recreation spaces. That used to be the first approach. Instead, now the approach was different. We started from the recreational spaces and then we placed the offices. We were lucky enough because the building was nice, was a very nice industrial architecture. It had very good features that we wanted to highlight by neutralizing completely the colors. So all the building was painted gray to make it as a background. These cement beams gave space already, so we didn't really had to add much just inside, just internal furniture. So all the project develops from the floor to a certain height, but not all the way up to the ceiling that you can see here. This is a project that doesn't really add much of much to the building structure, but it becomes extremely usable and extremely comfortable. These are modules that we have added, but they're always low level. As you can see, they never get to the ceiling. They divide the spaces, the recreational spaces from the offices and the workspaces. We added some pop elements like the spheres, like the vegetation, to go back to what we said before, that we wanted a domesticity. We wanted to add a little bit of artist touch and to make it more welcoming, to generate a sort of naturality of the space. This is a door, 3.5 meters. There is a sort of canva that is covering the door and makes it a little bit translucent, so you can see the light behind it because it's not a proper door. And there is a game of light. We try to play with the materials as well, and the transparency and the opacity as well. So just details. So there was the beginning of the project, January 2021. It was followed by the planning, executive plans, and the building. We started building 28th of April 2021, so a few months later. When we speak about offices, we usually speak about longer times. So in this case, 2 months of planning was not too long. This is a picture with a work in progress. These are models that are handmade. They are made of birch wood, and in their final version, they relate to the vegetation. They're always in contact, as you can see, trying to play with opacity and the transparency of materials and spaces. The client also asked us to add a little bit of art. As you can see here, we added art pieces that adds a touch of pop. Here we see the open spaces. This is the meeting rooms. They are closed on top to the ceiling with the natural materials, and They also have acoustic glasses so that it is completely isolated from the noise. Here is a photo studio because they need to publish things online, so they need a specific place for picture taking. This is also the part of the furniture. We use the same wood, birch, to try to make it to try and harmonize a little bit the whole structure. Here is the labs. This is the detail. It's the protagonist of the main space. They made a sort of very big table with special material. They used a base like this one that is iron. It's like the iron arm cement, but without cement. So we just used the net, the structure inside, and we covered it with wood. So this is the main element, the protagonist. The moment you enter, this is what you find in front of you, and that's what catches your attention the most. Let me show you with pictures our proposal of the external part. It's bold, to be honest. We are trying to convince the client. As you can see, we haven't done it yet, but we hope they will let us do it. They ask us to think and to rethink the external part as well. So we want to bring the same commitment. We want to give, we want this space to be completely recognizable from above. We want to paint it pink and dotted, as you can see there, with dots that will touch the walls and the ground, generating a space that becomes a sort of, as I said, a sort of pop, but the space that is usually a transit becomes a square. So we add benches, we add workstations. If it's sunny, you can sit outside and enjoy a coffee or talk to people and colleagues and socialize a bit. This is a slide from the rooftop, from the terrace all the way down. This is just also from the outside, from the street side, trying to make the building recognizable within an industrial context. We wanted to give a special touch, a special imprint to the building of our clients. And this would become the symbol of the company itself. So thank you for your attention.
Adesso passiamo alla premiazione dell'architetto.
Now we're going to reward the Italian architect. I'm going to Italian Architect Award 2022. We decided to give two mentions, same level. And as the president was saying, Birne, let me add a small comment to this. I participated to another experience this year. I participated to many juries, but there has been no jury that has gone so deep in the dialogue, between us, and that has obtained such beautiful results and outcomes. It's been an honor, a very big honor, to to be in the jury with all of you, and especially to be with Gonzalo Birne. For me, he's a master. He's a guide, he's a muse, and I was able to be next to him. From the very few words you spoke today, we could understand how big your mind is. So let's read the motivation. Why are we giving the honorable mention to these people? I don't think we need words to explain an architect. I always say that architecture is to deal with two words that are a little bit counterposed. We need to reach us a mission, a goal that is beyond perception. So words are not enough. But since we wrote them down, I'm going to read them. It's a project, it's a public project awarded through tender competition. The project denotes a profound stylistic maturity, both in the design solutions of the interior spaces and in the relationship with the outdoors and with the context of the existing building. The studio presented two projects that I visited personally, and they have a great value, an absolute value. I bet that this studio represents the present, but I think they also represent the future. I think their name will come back over and over. Studio is Mazzalira Pentimali. Thank you, Franco, for the beautiful introduction. I would like to start from the acknowledges on behalf of all of us, Carlana Mezzalira Pentimalli. Our words, they mean a lot to us, and this mention for us means a lot. As I said, this is the ending point, but we want it to be the starting point for future projects. We would like to thank the jury and the council and the board and all the organization behind the award. They have followed us a lot, so I think they deserve it. Let me use these 5 minutes to describe the work. It's a biographic work. It starts years ago. The first project, public project we won, it was years ago, and we won, and it was blocked for roughly 17 years. Sorry, 7 years. Bear with me. Because it started again in 2017. It's a project that is very dear to us because it allows us to speak about not just a studio but also a community that has hosted us for so many years. And we have a lot to learn from this community, and I think this is an occasion we have to take advantage of. From the Alto Adige, they taught us what quality means. They taught us what it means to manage work, and it's not something always related to politics, and it's something that we should probably import a little bit here in Italy, because Alto Adige is a region in the north and it's so far away from the reality of Italy. It's something that we have tried to do for many years, working on ideas seen as the research of the soul of things. And this is a work that encompasses many significance. It's been a bridge between two existing buildings for us, but it's a social infrastructure. That's how we like to define it. It's a work that connects pre-existing features and buildings, because it's a building dating back to 1200s. And as I said, it's a bridge between things and persons. It's a work that needed a lot of discretion, and it was probably already judged by time, because it's a work of 2010. If you take it back after so many years and you see it built up again 13 years later, it's not it becomes the fruit of ideas. It's become the result of ideas. And as I said, this work is the result of a whole community of people. We work on this dichotomy, so the monumental and the domestic, trying to take back these gigantic windows, Erkerk. We also take back some existing aspects, and we see occasions here. We always make a joke here that this kid owes us a girlfriend. We give him the chance to do that. This is a building that is supposed to be empty, but it's not just a building, it behaves as a city. It's a piece of the city in a city. Here we see the ambiguity between the internal space and the external space. Here you see how this project was created around a void space, even if it's inside. We also played with materials to make this special effect, because even if it's an office, I think we need to look for a house-like environment, and the book is the only decoration we have. The threshold is widened, and the old material is a great resource that has to be reinvented uniquely, creating unexpected spaces all the way up, and finding again the space, the pieces of a city, whether internal or external, or surprises like here, or here going down in security staircases that we also use, where probably the two kids before may just hide and be alone. We are understanding now that architecture doesn't need to say, but it has to give.
Devi prendere la tazza.
Veramente dobbiamo darti un premio, ma...
We have an award for you. Don't run away. Next mention, the second mention, is for the refined assertorial approach associating the research on material and services to the artisanal know-how. Again, it is in line in the groove of Italian tradition and the cultural attention to detail. The project presenter summarizes his project already manifest during the evolution of his design career. It is the synthesis of the maturation already in progress for some time, and we mentioned Studio Bricolo, Pazzarella, and Associati. If I should define the meaning of the places where I was born, where I have spent all my life with the words, and I'm referring to the hills around Garda Lake, the places where we live and where we work, together with Francesca, she's here with me, and with the other collaborator, I would use a special term, lack of precision. And I would add another term, which is a poetic lack of precision, because I think that this is the meaning of these places. In where we live, everything is inaccurate. The walls of stones that we have inherited from the geological adventure in the Garda Lake. The stones of Verona are inaccurate in an unbalance between white and pink. And so we think that all our activity, all our pathway was a journey looking for lack of precision, lack of accuracy. And we have created a special way of working, divided into 7 modes. Our architecture is made of fragments. We do not have perfect, transparent architecture. They are the result of a stratification. They are part of our city. And it is the idea of ruins. The second way is a rough architecture, where you can't find something glossy or perfect, and such roughness, such tension, enshrine the imperfection that each one of us has. So this architecture is very human and very Mediterranean. The third theme is about natural light. We try to design natural light, a natural light that enters our houses just for a few minutes, moves on bare walls to remind us that we are also in this world for a few minutes. So it is an activating structure with the idea of designing devices, critical devices. Devices that are an invitation and a negation. There is a song by an Italian singer, his name is Guccini, and it is a desire of living and returning, doing and not doing. So it's a sort of suspended atmosphere, as suspended is our architecture. We live contemporary world which is dense, which is fast. We receive many images every day. On our mobile phone, we have many images. And we just wanted to oppose to this velocity the feeling of slow, the feeling of emptiness, a slow life where people can try to find themselves through thresholds, through passages, through every aspect of architecture which becomes a value, an architecture which is transformed into a question. These are the rays of lights that can awake and trigger our memories. And then there is another theme. For those who finished the university working with the carton board and plasterboard, for those who have finished the university, thinking about a theoretical architecture that was struggling to become real, we just wanted to start from the foundation. Our work is the result of a practical work. When we consider architectural and traditional architecture, well, it is exactly what we want, starting from the tradition, starting from the base, the basement. And then we have a 7th mode, a 7th approach, the sense of belonging and permanence. We think of Italy, we think of wine, for example. Wine does not want to be a novelty. Wine does not to be something new. Wine wants to belong to a place. It's looking for a sense of belonging. A wine is deeply rooted in the territory, so we are looking for this sense of belonging and sense of permanence. So I would like to thank the National Councils of Architects. I would like to thank the jury who has decided to give this award to countryside architects. I would like to thank our collaborators, Federica, Lorenzo, Davide, Valeria, and I would like to thank all the architects that every day work to make this world better. Thank you. And now, a bit of suspense for the Italian Architect Award 2020. We will remain here for 1 hour and a half waiting. This is the time we have to wait before going to the buffet. I'm joking. I give the floor to the president of the jury, and I'm reading. Starting from the work, it is assess the efficiency of the project that associate the high density required with the quality of the project itself. It is emphasized the history and the solidity of the designers in line with the Italian tradition. They work for innovation, passing through history with a variety of themes that goes from public space to landscape. The same building enhances the will to go from urban area to landscape area within a continuously changing context like the one of Cascina Merlata, C+S Architects, Carlo Cappai, Maria Alessandra Segantini. Well, first of all, it's a great emotion for me. My sons know that I always cry, and probably I will cry tonight. It would be complicated to talk, and so Carlo and I, we have decided to merge our thoughts. So in a moment of difficulties, in a moment of erosion of social justice, we believe in the power of architecture to fight inequalities and environmental imbalances. Architects can transform the world, and their responsibility is a common good, because for us, architecture is always public. We are honored to be here today and to receive this award, which is unexpected. We can't believe it, because we have always been outsiders in the Italian architecture. We had our own pathway. We didn't follow the fashions. And the legacy of our work is intertwined with our personal history. So tonight, we would like to start by thanking people. First of all, the National Council of Architects, and we would like to thank them for their work in a continuous defense of our profession. You have decided to create this award to recognize the architecture aimed at fighting inequalities, welfare erosion, and environmental catastrophes. So thanks to the jury, Susa Bin, Camilla Fabri, Alessandra Ferrari, Francesco Manzoni, Orena Olinik, and Franco Tagliabue. We are honored to have received this prize from you, and this gives a meaning to our architecture and transform it into a service. We are proud and happy about this award, but it is also an additional tool to have a clear pathway in front of us, and we will use this prize to continue in our pathway for the future. We have traveled a lot, and we spent long time in Venice, Tokyo, Syracuse, Boston, Athens, Milan, and London. We thank our parents because they gave us an excellent education and to learn languages, to be citizens of the world, to absorb cultures and respect for people and environment. They pushed us to be curious and to risk. We would like to thank all the friends we have met in these journeys and the big teachers at UF, Massimo Scolari, Manfredo Taffuri, James Stirling, Rafael Moneo, Alvaro Sisa, Gino Valle, Bernardo Secchi, Vittorio Gregotti, Aldo Rossi. We were lucky enough to have them as teachers. We have learned how to work with history and with the present, how to be humble and courageous, and to be workers, never tired. We would like to thank Emiliano Pasta, who has indicated the pathway for the future and what never changes. And we would like to thank our father, Gino Cappai, and his solid conviction to disseminate seeds of public spaces. We have learned from Giancarlo De Caudo while we were trying to struggle to find our pathway. We would like to thank professors and friends of Syracuse University and Cambridge, UL. We haven't enough time to mention all of them, but those conversations triggered ideas, visions, and doubts. We would like to thank all the people who have invited us to discuss about our work, institutions, museums, cultural bodies. And we would like to thank our students for their passion and for their patience, because they also created difficulties to us. And we would like to thank our clients, because architecture cannot exist without a need. They are the beginning of our adventure, but also the destination of our project. They gave us their desires and their aspiration, and we transformed them into something real within boundaries and norms. We are not solitary artists. Architecture is not a sketch, but it is the result of that sketch. It is an intuition that transforms into a code, a technique, a mathematic expression, but it is not only geometry and design. It is art, and it is public by definition. It dominates landscape. It can evoke a pleasure or unpleasant feelings, but it can improve our life, and it is stronger than its image. It welcomes all of us, creating landscape and creating feelings. Thanks to our customer, because they are supporting us while we are angry pioneers. And we are grateful because we grew up in Venice, probably the most complicated cities to transform. In the Laguna, we met to create the floating house. We have lived in that Laguna. We have found a mechanism of that urban machine to collect drinkable waters. We have tried to transform all of this into beauty. We were guided to reshape Venice by Leonardo Benevolo, that together with Aldo Bello was imagining the new regulation plan for the city. We spent 6 months in Vienna to study Venice, thanks to a scholarship. We would like to thank all the people we have worked with, artisans, head of building site. Their happiness, their joy, and their precision is always contagious. And we would like to thank our collaborator, also those who have decided to abandon our team to start a new project. Thanks for your passion, for your positive results, but also for your defeats. We would like to thank you for the enthusiasm you put in every new adventure. Architecture is not a solitary pathway. It is a challenge for a common good. It is the secret to find a place and to create a very powerful tool that can absorb and transform boundaries and limits into poetry. It is a dancer dancing lightly on her tips without thinking about the painful feet. We would like to thank all the publication that considered our work interesting enough to be published. We have chosen a selection of works among the 300 we have created, a sort of collection of images. We start from this project, Concorso Opera Prima, that we have created when we were 26. This is our first creation and our first context. And then this project, the first one of a series of buildings that were the guide to rewrite the norms for schools and buildings and the schools hosting, building hosting school. It was a pivotal element, a sort of play for children, but also a metaphor for our school. This is one of the schools we have created in the city of Covolo. And then this school in Ponzano, we created this project in 2008. There are no walls, and there is a total communication among the spaces, in a total communication with the others. The school is open to the community all day and welcomes other children in its library and in its suspended roof, which is a sort of central square continuously lighted. All these buildings are supported by alternative energies and are focused on sustainability, not only environmental sustainability, but also social sustainability. We have created stories and shows to be performed in theater. We have created the storytelling of the places we have created. This infant school, the Kite, work on the thermal mass of the walls. And we are using this principle also for the recent context we won in 2021 in Belgium. It was created by an association promoting architecture in Belgium. Immediately after graduation, we decided to participate in any context. We created an interactive tapestry, or we were involved in a project in the island of Murano. but we didn't won that project, who was realized by a colleague. We participated in this beautiful project. We didn't win, but we gained a client who was a member of the jury on that occasion, and we participated, thanks to that project, in the project of Mose, with the photovoltaic cover creates a space between skies and brick. We work with engineering companies, which is an extremely interesting experience. Many obstacles, many challenges, but very high motivation. And this is the case of the network of monitoring platform in the Laguna of Venice, made of recycled plastic. We also participated in the urban regeneration of the Sant'Eramo Island. We convinced an engineer that two passionate architects, 30 years old, were the right person for this renovation project. It was an extremely interesting project, putting together environment, history, the island, and the future. We were translators, and we are still translators of the past into the future. We are changing shapes. In this image, you can see a technological building that has been transformed into an element of the landscape. Thanks to this project, we won a prize in Japan, and we were invited to build a project in Japan. But in every project, there is the trace of the Laguna of Venice. We have designed a public space in a recent project to regenerate this space in the area of Tervur, or in this project in Pordenone, in the north of Italy. This is a suspended project connecting two areas of the city. The public space is always the backbone of our project. This place becomes a square open to the public, and it is a very safe place during the night. The same passion has driven this project. 2 towers in Milan. We have doubled the volume. We have opened this space to all the citizens. We have created a square connected to the park of Cascina Merlata with a system of ramps. That square, that place is the architecture. And architecture is so important that the 2 towers create a colorful effect, which is very correlated with the identity of this new community. We used glass, thanks to the tradition and experience of the Italian architects, and we transformed that space into a square. We were projecting Cascina Merlata, and we were in New York. We were working in a studio. In that space, we were also creating the face seat installation for Fulvio Erace, for the David Chipperfield installation, and the photographs are taken by Pino Musi. In that space, you can see an interactive table, but the seeds of that work were placed in 2003 for the Festival of Cinema with the project The Chord. In that project, we used stainless steel pipes that became the entry door of the city, and that were connected to many other Italian cities. We created an amusing and entertaining public space. And a few years later, we returned to that space to make a restoration project in that square. As you can see, we have created a sort of white carpet on this square. It is a place full of biodiversity. It is the house of many citizens and many animals. And it transforms the red carpet of the stars into a white carpet for all the citizens who are always the real actors of the public space. Mothers with children, elderly people reading, children playing in that space. Public space has always been the fil rouge of our designs and projects. In Florence, we create a connection between the spaces of this area. In Conegliano, with a project to regenerate the San Marco barracks, we have created this public space. Cars can enter this space and citizens as well. And this is our project at the Policlinico Hospital in Milan. In this urban renovation and regeneration project, there is also this project, a suspended square in a continuous structure with the museum and with this huge lantern. In Fundaco, we have created these details, reminding us to Venice, and an urban door that for many time was closed to the public. So it is a bridge between past and future. And to conclude, I would like to thank our children, Marco and Tobia. They are here with us today. Can you please project the slide, this last slide again? Thank you. They followed us in all the houses we had and in every project around the world. And whatever they decide to do, we know that they will work for the common good. It's a big responsibility. They were and they are our local horizon, the antidote for everything. They sat on the tables, they played with the materials, they listened to our conferences, and they got bored by the architect. They visited places, they participated in the meeting with our clients, they played with the leaves in MIT, they touched the models of our students, they supported us in preparing exhibition, and they have listened to us speaking at the same conference. They were patient and full of irony. Without them, we would be poor and definitely less amused. Thank you.
Allora, vorrei passare
I would like to move on to the conclusions. I would like to greet Margherita Guccioni. She came here. She's the director of the Maxi Architecture. Luca Maggi. I can see a few more people. Big names. The representative of the Ministry of Culture.
Concludo complimentandomi con
I would like to conclude by saying congratulations to everybody, to all the people we mentioned, to all the people who received the award and the winners. I would like to thank, together with the National Council of Architects, Landscapers, Planners and Conservators, all the people who are here present, the people following us remote, the council of the councillors, the guests, the speakers, all those who have cooperated and collaborated with us, the structure behind all of this, all of the event, Alessandra Lusso, Rimona Castagnotti, the graphics, the press conference and the press office, all the staff for the commitment. I would like to thank the jury for the work done, Missolini, Colonna for making an effort and coming all the way here. So a special thanks goes to her for being part of the jury. I would like to thank also Birna and all the other members of the jury alike. I would like to salute all the people connected who won't be able to gather with us. And I would like to invite everybody here to follow us at the coffee house that is on the other side of the building. You can scan the QR code for the access to the coffee house. We'll be waiting for this moment to share together. And once again, thank you for this day. Thank you so much.
Buongiorno. Buongiorno.